Hi CLAT aspirants, sorry for starting the session a bit late. Just a bit of a technical issue that happened. How are you? How are you feeling, everyone? Day after tomorrow is the exam. What's happening? What's happening, everyone? Nervous, excited? Can't hear. Hello. Now can you hear me? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I forgot to plug in the mic. Yes. So I'm saying just another one day left for the exam. How are you feeling? And what's the... Am I audible now? Am I audible? Very low, still very low. Is it still low? Or is it clear? Is it with everyone? Hello? Voice is low. I really don't know. It is still low. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, everyone. Now is it audible? Now is it audible, everyone? Is it audible now? No? Is it still low? Just a moment. I think I'll be clear now. Is it clear now? Fine. So yes, I was asking, how are you feeling? How is the feeling that you have the exam just in another day? I am on the bit anxious side. it's it's somewhat a feeling that I am also scared for the students, for everyone. Anxious, nervous, anxiety. I know, I can feel that. I can feel that. Not a problem, not a problem. See, all I can say today is that you should be someone who should be taking a lot of consideration on your health, because the weather is changing and it's high time that you don't fall sick for another 10-15 days till the time all your law entrance exams are done. Just take good care of your health, right? So no, don't worry, everything will be fine, right? So let's start with the passage, right? It is a last legal revision that we are gonna have, right? So the only thing that I want to tell you here is, just a moment everyone. Fine. So the thing is that you are someone who is at a very young age, like you guys are just in class 12th right now, or probably some of the students must be in 11th who are giving the exam just for the practice purpose. The first time such a big competitive examination, all you have to do is not worry, right? So everything is done and you have prepared well, so don't worry, right? So with that, let's start the passage number 1. This recent decision of the Supreme Court has allowed the state to seize private property and has rewritten the principles of constitutional interpretation of property rights and public interest, clearly falling from Justice Krishna Iyer's standpoint in 1978, right? So here they are talking about a recent judgment, right? So this passage particularly from constitutional law becomes very, very important for you, right? So they are saying that now this decision of Supreme Court has allowed the state to seize private property. Now the state can seize private property and has rewritten the principles of constitutional interpretation of property rights and public interest, right? This judgment by a 9-judge constitutional bench, right? So what are they saying? That this particular thing of a judgment is by a 9-judge constitutional bench. That is a very, very huge bench, right? Sets precedence on the tenuous balance between the individual property rights and state's notion of a common good, right? So they are saying that this particular judgment has a balance of, we have to see the balance between what individuals' property rights are and what is a state's notion of common good, right? Article 39B of the Indian Constitution forms the crux of this ruling, a directive principle instructing the state to redistributive resources for public welfare, right? So now they have mentioned a directive principle as well here, right? That state to redistributive resources for public welfare. However, the court clarified that this cannot be used to declare private property as material resources of the community without due caution, taking care that public welfare transcends vague social or economic considerations. Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud's majority opinion, with 8 justices agreeing with him, overruled earlier judgments that had allowed the states to exercise wholesale control over private assets. So they are saying that now this particular judgment has been overruled by D.Y. Chandrachud's 8-judge bench decision, like 8 of them were in the majority out of 9, where they are saying that the wholesale control over the private assets is no longer on state's hand, right? Justice Chandrachud pointed out that for property to qualify as community resources, the nature, scarcity and communal value of property be closely scrutinized, thereby discouraging an overly expensive interpretation that could damage individual rights. The Chief Justice further proclaimed that a blanket application of Article 39B, so this particular judgment is related to Article 39B, would undermine private property, which has become a repository of economic growth and progress. Such decoupling from the nationalization-led a vision of the 1960s and 1970s mirrors India's changing economic scenario, with it increasingly becoming a support for privatization as well as market-driven growth, right? So this particularly is the 2 paragraphs of the passage, right? The passage hasn't completed yet. Take 2 minutes. It is a very, very important passage. Very, very important passage. Take 2 minutes and read the passage again. These 2 paragraphs again. Take 2 minutes and read it again. and then see that if you're able to understand it. Read? This particular thing is read. Let's move forward. Let's move forward to the rest of the passage. Yes. The dissenting opinion, that means who we are talking about here? Yes. So, the dissenting opinion, here we are talking about the one judge who did not agree with the rest of the 8, right? However, by Justice B.V. Nagarthana partly stated that there might be instances wherein the expropriation of private property would fall under Article 39B if it is served defined public necessity. So, the one judge who was not there in that 8 judges, that means if that was a 9-judge bench and the one person who did not agree, saying that there can be certain cases when that particular property, private property, can fall into the balance of Article 39B, where the private property has to be used for public necessity, right? However, this was not the tenor of Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia's full dissent, in as much as the same mentioned flexibility in exceptional circumstances. In exceptional circumstances wherein some private resources may be justifiably utilized for communal benefit when the public good is highly affected, right? Besides, the judgment deals with Article 31C that was added by the 25th Amendment of 1971. Article 31C gives immunity to laws made through Article 39B and 39C from judicial review on the grounds of fundamental rights. While the 25th Amendment was supposed to infuse the power of state within the ambit of overriding the fundamental rights, for the socio-economic reforms, the court's interpretation adds a space of accountability, as any purchase of property needs to be justified rigorously. This ruling, by effect, curtails arbitrary use of Article 31 Clause C and adds a layer of scrutiny to invoking the cases of material resources doctrine. Right? So they are in this particular passage telling you that how the court through this judgment is balancing what? Communal benefit as well as individual property benefits, right? That is the main motive of the passage, right? This was the case initiated by the Property Owners Association of Mumbai, challenging Chapter 8A of Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Act. Now they're telling that who bought this particular case, right? Which culminated in a landmark ruling that restricts state powers to take over private assets under loosely defined public interest, right? Revisiting prior interpretations from state of Karnataka versus Ragananda Reddy 1978 judgment and Sanjeev Coke Manufacturing versus Bharat Coking Coal Limited 1982 judgment, the Supreme Court has recalibrated the state's role in managing private assets, underscoring the primacy of individuals' property rights in contemporary India. So what are they saying? Shashwat, behave yourself. I don't want any ruckus to be happening in my class. Nothing that sort of thing should happen. This is a session which is happening for the serious students. Backend team, please remove Shashwat and Krishna from the live, please. Backend team, please remove Shashwat and Krishna from the team from the live. Fine. So the passage is understood? Everyone? The passage is clear? Tell me. The passage is clear? Everyone? Fine. Let's move to the questions. First question. The recent Supreme Court decision discussed in the passage emphasizes the balance between private property rights and the common good, right? Based on this, which of the following situations could most likely not be justified under Article 39B and 31C of the Indian Constitution? Options right in front of you. Please look out the options and give me a correct answer. Very, very important passage. Expect a question from this. Expect a question from this. Trust me. In these particular options, you have to find out a balance between the individual property rights and the common good. So which of the option tells you a proper balance? Please do let me know the correct answer. Backend team, please have a look on the comments that are happening on the live. I don't want anybody to play over smart. Anyone to play over smart, right? Anybody you feel like that they are behaving over smart, please remove them at that point. Please remove them there and then, right? Please. Yes, all of you are correct, and I did not expect a right answer, to be very honest, becoming a very, very technical passage. But yes, nationalization of a profitable private enterprise, and all of you who answered C as the answer is the correct one. Why? Because profitable private enterprise solely to distribute its resources to meet undefined social objectives is the correct option, right? Fine. Let's move to the second question. Justice Chandrachud's opinion in the judgment highlights a scrutiny of property deemed as community resources, which of the following reflects a significant departure from its principle as elucidated in the judgment. Significant departure from this principle. Departure. Understand the question carefully. Answers, everyone? Second question, a pretty easier one. Yes, anyone who is answering, please write the question number as well. Please write the question number as well. And then I'll be able to see if your answer is right. Yes, I have moved a bit aside, please. For 2, C is yet again the correct option. Here they are saying that significant departure, any option which does not matches the principle given by the judgment, which is the opposite of the judgment, and which is option number C, right? A blanket policy nationalizing all industries. How can you nationalize all industries within a state to address hypothetical economical disparities? Hypothetical, जब पता ही नहीं है कि कौन सी economic disparities की बात हो रही है, right? You don't know. It is hypothetical. It is situational. It is something what is situational, hypothetical, assumable, right? So that is why option C would be correct. Krishna, behave yourself. This is the third time I'm stopping you. Legal advisor of Mr. Sashwat, right? You may please leave the session. Question number 3. Consider the implications of Article 31 Clause C as interpreted in this case. If a state law under Article 39B is challenged on the grounds of violating Article 14 and Article 19, which of the following justifications would the court most likely require for the law to be upheld? Please, options in front of you, answers. Answers, everyone? Consider the implications of Article 31 Clause C as interpreted in this case. If a state law under Article 39 Clause B is challenged on the grounds of violating Article 14 and Article 19, which of the following the court is most likely to require for the law to be upheld? A would be the correct answer. Evidence that the law promotes a significant societal benefit under a clearly defined public necessity. Clear? Which of the following cases would most likely have its earlier interpretation revisited in light of the principles set by this judgment? This is clearly from the passage. Clearly from the passage. It was clearly mentioned in the passage. Please answer. Very good. Yes. For fourth question, B is the correct one. It was clearly mentioned in the passage that this judgment has been overruled by the particular Supreme Court judgment. Right? The Supreme Court's judgment emphasized the primacy of the individual's property rights over the loosely defined public interests. If the Parliament seeks to counteract this judgment, which of the following would most likely be required? Basically, in this particular question, they are asking you the theme of the passage, nothing else. What is the main set criteria for this passage, which was there in the first line? Just they have twisted a question a little bit. Yes, absolutely. A is the correct answer. A new constitutional amendment altering Article 31 Clause C to expand the immunity provided to laws under Articles 39 Clause B and 39 Clause C. This is clear, everyone? Fine. Let's move to passage number 2. A small passage, right? But let's see what this passage holds for us. Even otherwise, absence of approval from conducting any inquiry, same, or investigation into an offence alleged to have been committed by a public servant. So this passage is particularly have been committed by a public servant. Any offence that has been committed by a public servant. This passage is about that. As contemplated in section 17 clause A of Prevention of Corruption Act could never be ground for quashing the FIR registered against the public servant or the proceedings conducted against him. So what are they saying? Absence of approval from conducting any inquiry. That means if the particular person has, like, when a particular person or a public servant has done an offence and the inquiry or investigation has not been approved against him, so that particular cannot be the reason for quashing the FIR registered against him, which is said under which is said under section 17 clause A of the Prevention of Corruption Act, right? That is what they are saying in the passage. Against the public servant or the proceedings conducted against him, more particularly when he is also charged for the other offences under IPC in respect of the same set of allegations. So what are they saying? And yet again, if he has done any other offences as well in the IPC and there are certain allegations against him, then also the FIR cannot be quashed, which has been launched against him. As stated earlier, there are important facets contained in section 17A, like whether the alleged offence is relatable to the recommendation made or decision taken by the public servant or not. and whether such recommendation or decision was made or taken in discharge of his official functions or duties or not, etc. So what are they saying? That there have been certain factors that are mentioned under section 17 clause A, that whether any recommendation or decision made by the public servant was under his duty or not, or whether that particular discharge was under his official functions or not, right? Such facets could be examined only when the evidence is led during the course of trial. So what are they saying? Such facets will be examined when the evidence is produced during the trial stage. The alleged acts which prima facie constitute the offences, though under the purported exercise of official function or duty, could not fall within the purview of section 17 clause A. The protection sought to be granted to a public servant under section 17 clause A could not be extended to his acts which prima facie were not in discharge of his official functions or duties. So what are they saying? That if any protection is provided under section 17 clause A, that particular protection would not be provided to that public servant if his actions were out of the purview of the official functions. And if his actions are out of the official functions, then he will not be granted any sort of protection under 17 clause A of the Prevention of Corruption Act. Is it clear, everyone? The passage, a short passage. I hope, is it clear? Fine. Let's move to the questions. An investigation is initiated against a senior public official for alleged corruption. The official argues that the absence of prior approval under section 17 clause A of the Prevention of Corruption Act should be grounds for dismissing the FIR against him. However, he is also facing charges under the IPC based on the same allegations. Which of the following is the most accurate reasoning of the court would likely apply in response? Very easy question. Very, very easy question. Please tell me the answer. Very good. Very good. B is the correct answer. As and when, if the inquiry or investigation is not approved and still there are other charges which are going on under IPC, section 17 clause A will not apply, and that is why option B is the correct answer. A public servant is accused for misusing his position to engage in fraudulent activities, which includes criminal breach of trust under the IPC. He claims immunity under section 17 clause A of the Prevention of Corruption Act, arguing that his actions were performed as part of his official duties. Which of the following statements correctly interprets how the court would address this claim? Answers. Seventh question. Very good. Yet again, a good answer and a correct answer from everyone. B would be the correct answer. 17A protection does not extend to the actions that prima facie constitutes an offence, regardless of the official role, and the case should proceed based on the evidence. Right? Eighth question. A public official is charged with corruption based on decisions made as a part of his official duties, but without prior approval under section 17 clause A. He argues that all decisions taken as a public official should fall within the protective scope of Section 17 Clause A. How should the court likely respond according to the reasoning in the passage? Answers, everyone? Yes, B is yet again the correct answer. The court should determine during the trial if the decisions were genuinely part of his official duties, as Section 17 Clause A does not cover acts that are prima facie offences. And yes, A question also, B is the correct answer. Fine. Moving further to the next question, an FIR is filed against a public servant who has allegedly accepted bribes but no prior approval was obtained under Section 17 Clause A. The accused claims that this omission should invalidate the FIR. Which of the following best reflects the court's reasoning on whether to continue the proceedings? Yes. Again, B is the correct answer. The court continue with the proceedings because Section 17 Clause A does not apply to the actions that on their face appear to involve criminal intent outside official duties. And yes, again, B would be the correct answer. If a public servant is accused of corruption and claims that his actions were part of the routine official functions, under which circumstance would the court be most likely to allow the case to proceed without needing Section 17A approval? If a public servant is accused of corruption and claims that his actions were part of the routine official functions, under which circumstance would the court be most likely to allow the case to proceed without needing Section 17A approval? And A would be the correct answer if the alleged actions include additional charges under the IPC unrelated to his official duties. Don't see the answers if you can see it. That's written for the convenience only, not for me, but for you guys only, that if I tend to share the PPTs, then it will be benefit for you that what was the correct answer. Just look out at the question, not the answers. Fine. Next passage. In India, the legal framework governing special marriages allows individuals from different religious backgrounds to contract a marriage that is recognized under secular law. So now this particular question is from family law, specifically Special Marriage Act. This framework is established by the Special Marriage Act, which facilitates not only the registration of such marriages, but also the provisions for their dissolution, including the process of divorce. So when an inter-religious marriage is happening, right? So the Special Marriage Act comes into the picture. So the Special Marriage Act does not only tell you that how the marriage would happen, but it also tells you the procedure for its dissolution as well. That if it comes to an end at any point, then what will be its process of divorce, right? A distinctive feature of this legal structure is the provision for divorce by mutual consent. Yes, I'll explain that 10th question at the end. I have moved forward with the passage, right? So I'll explain you the 10th question, coming back to the passage again at the end, right? A mechanism that permits both the parties to amicably terminate their marital relationship. That means they are saying that through mutual consent also, amicable dissolution can happen when both the parties are ready to take the divorce. To initiate the process, both individuals must jointly file a petition for divorce with the district court, asserting that they have been living separately for a minimum of 1 year. The person who wants to take a divorce should be someone who is the couple who is living separately from past 1 year. Furthermore, they must at least test that they are unable to cohabit and they have mutually agreed upon their dissolution of the marriage, right? Following the submission of the petition, there is a mandatory waiting period of at least 6 months. That means, जैसे ही आप कोर्ट में petition लेके जाते हो divorce का, there is a waiting period of at least 6 months, but no longer than 18 months. 18 months से ज़्यादा, that means 6 to 18 months is the period during which the court may conduct hearings and inquiries to ensure that the marriage is in question qualifies as a special marriage and that the claims made in the petition are sustained, right? Amicable means mutual consent से divorce होना, हंसी खुशी में divorce होना, amicable, by the happiness of both the parties, right? Ultimately, the district court will render a decision to dissolve the marriage provided that it is satisfied with the legitimacy of the petition. It is not worthy that the personal presence of the parties at the time of filing the joint petition is not a strict requirement. Not a strict requirement. Instead, they can fulfill this obligation through the submission of affidavits which serve to assure that the court, all the requisite conditions for granting a divorce by mutual consent have been adequately met. This flexibility in procedural requirements enhances accessibility for couples seeking to navigate the complexities of marital dissolution under the auspices of the Special Marriage Act. We'll do that, Harsh. I'll share you with a summary, don't worry. Is it clear? The passage, a pretty easy passage, that how a special marriage happens and if it is on the verge of dissolution, then how will that marriage be dissolved? That is also stated in Special Marriage Act. Affidavit means, affidavit is a paper through which both the parties are giving a surety that yes, we have consented for the divorce through mutual consent, and we are not present for so and so reason, and that is why their advocates are present instead of them, right? Fine. First question. Raj and Simran filed a joint petition for divorce after 8 months of living separately, claiming they have irreconcilable differences, right? During the court hearing, they expressed their desire to reconcile. What is the court's most appropriate response? Raj and Simran filed a joint petition for divorce after 8 months of living separately, claiming they have irreconcilable differences. During the court hearing, they expressed their desire to reconcile. What is the court's most appropriate response? Yes, D is the correct answer. Because they have been living only for separated for only 8 months, and the year, that means 12 months, have not happened, right? Anil and Riya have filed for divorce after 3 years of marriage, citing mutual consent. They submit their affidavit stating that they have been living separately for 9 months. However, the court discovers that they were seen together recently at a family event. What could this imply for their petition? Yes, Radhika. Answers A. The court will dismiss the petition immediately. Any better answer? Any better answer? A would be the correct answer, because they have been living separately for 9 months, right? Not for a year. And that is why A would be the correct answer. Why C? Tell me. Why C? Batao. You tell me why C, then I'll tell you why not C. It is fine that they were seen in the family function, but the court can also ask for an explanation. That is also fine. But they been living for more than 1 year separately? No, right? And that is why the petition will be dismissed immediately. Mehta and Sita, married under the Special Marriage Act, submit a joint petition for divorce after 11 months of living apart. They claim they have agreed on the terms of the divorce. However, Mehta later decides to withdraw his consent. What is the likely outcome? Answers? Yes, B is the correct answer because mutual consent is missing as soon as the husband withdraws the consent, right? Fine. During the proceedings for their mutual consent divorce, Tara claims that Raj has threatened her, alleging abuse. How should the court approach this new allegation? I am moving around only and only when I'm done reading the question. And whenever you see the options, I move aside. I move out of the screen. Don't give me that. How will I read? How will I read? What are your answers? B or D? Tell me. What do you think? What do you think? Yes, even if there is a separate law for it, but then when she has said it in the court that she is getting abused, so that means she has already said it right in front of the court, and that is why an immediate inquiry would be set up into the allegations of Tara. And that is why B would be the correct answer. Consider the following scenario based on the provisions of Special Marriage Act. A bit longer question. A couple married under the Special Marriage Act wishes to file for divorce by mutual consent. They have been living separately for 1 year and are in agreement to dissolve the marriage. The parties, however, have failed to personally appear before the court during the filing of their divorce petition, but they submit notarized affidavits in support of their application. Which of the following statements is most accurate in relation to the procedure under the Special Marriage Act? The submission of notarized affidavits instead of personal appearance satisfies the procedural requirements, provided the affidavits confirm the mutual consent and conditions for divorce. The court is required to grant the divorce immediately upon submission of the mutual consent petition if the statutory conditions are met. If the parties have been living separately for over 1 year, the district court can waive the waiting period for divorce and can grant it immediately without further hearings. The district court has a discretion to conduct an inquiry to ensure the legitimacy of the mutual consent, and the waiting period may be extended up to 18 months if necessary. Tell me. Answers. Read the question and then tell me. Take a minute's time and read. More answers? More answers. Very good. Every one of you is right. B is the correct answer. That means the statement number 1 and the statement number 4 are correct. Clearly a question from the passage. Very, very clearly. And B is the correct answer. Clear? Let's move to the passage. Next passage. In international law, again a question from the miscellaneous laws. Right? In international law, mechanisms for dispute settlement plays a crucial role in dealing with conflicts between states and other international players. Since such mechanisms are to be used in finding amicable solutions for dispute resulting from breaches of international obligation or the interpretation of treaties, two main theories provide the safeguard: the adjudicative approach and the diplomatic approach. So they are telling you two approaches of international law. And this is the passage all about. Two approaches. The first one is the adjudicative approach and the other one is the diplomatic approach. And what are these approaches saying? Let's read further. The adjudicative approach relies on formal legal processes, right? Understand this very carefully. It uses judicial or quasi-judicial processes to resolve disputes, right? A normal dispute whenever happens and somebody moves to the court, that is a adjudicative approach that we are using judicial and quasi-judicial means to resolve the disputes. International courts and tribunals apply established international law principles to address legal disputes between different nations. So, right, they are telling you what is adjudicative approach, that when courts are involved, when tribunals are involved, that is an adjudicative approach when the court handles the legal dispute between the parties, between the dispute parties. Among the very few influential institutions, one has the International Court of Justice, an entity that settles disputes between different countries by offering advisory opinions on any legal question brought up before them, an international body. Of course, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea is another institution of major importance as it adjudicates cases related to the sea. So they are telling you another institution here. Which institution is that? International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, which deals with the institution of whenever the disputes are between the cases related to the sea matter, that how much sea belongs to whichever country, right? That is a particularly dispute related to a sea. These bodies function according to the principles of legal adjudication, that whatever is written in the law or whatever is written in the statute, that is the supreme quality and that is the supreme thing, and that is where the adjudicative approach follows this principle, that everything is based on the legal adjudication principles, right? In those decisions, interpretations of the treaties, customary international law and judicial precedents given earlier play an important role, right? Everything related to the law plays an important role in the adjudicative approach. I hope it is clear till now. A passage seems difficult, but it is easy. I guess so. I think it is clear till now. Till here it is clear? Tell me. Fine. In the diplomatic approach, now they are telling you about the second approach, right? In the diplomatic approach, negotiation, mediation and arbitration from the tools of resolving the disputes between states where formal judicial processes are circumvented. That means here they are talking about arbitration. And understand this very, very carefully. Whenever arbitration, negotiation, mediation processes are involved, that means they are settling over out of court. Out of court settlement is happening. In simple words, if I explain you, right? Out of court settlement is happening. Sometimes this procedure involves a direct dialogue between parties by using neutral third parties or international organizations. वो कहते हैं ना समझौता करना, ठीक है, टेबल पे बैठ के when they talk to each other and they resolve their matters before moving to the court, right? By using neutral third parties, they ask someone to sit as a mediator so that they can help the parties to solve their disputes, right? So that is called a arbitration negotiation form of settlement. For instance, the United Nations often plays the role of a third party to enable the negotiations. Arbitration panels on their part, such as those provided by the Permanent Court of Arbitration, offer flexibility in the conflicting parties voluntarily agree to have their conflict resolved by an arbitrator or the panel of arbitrators, right? Out of court settlement, when a neutral party is sitting between you guys and then the issues will be resolved, right? The diplomatic approach seeks solutions acceptable to both the parties and enables international relations to be maintained through peaceful means. Peaceful means के through, when both the parties are settling their conflicts, that is called a diplomatic approach, right? Both approaches remind one of the needs for maintaining earth and peace and stability. दोनों ही approaches से आपको ये पता चलता है that the earth should be there with and should be living in peace and stability. The adjudicative approach offers binding decisions according to the international law, right? अगर आप adjudicative approach को अपनाओगे, if you move to the court, then if any decision comes out, then that decision would be binding, right? अगर आप कोर्ट जा रहे हो अपना dispute लेके, तो अगर कोर्ट ने कोई फैसला सुनाया, तो that means that particular approach, if you have followed, then you have to be bound by the court decision, right? While offering more flexible and usual, according to the international law, while offering more flexible and usually swifter solutions in the diplomatic approach, whereas you can be a little swift and flexible in the diplomatic approach, right? Allowing countries to keep their diplomatic relations open, right? So that the internal relations of the states or the countries does not hamper, right? The mechanism is determined by the nature of the dispute, the preferences of the parties involved, the greater goal of preserving international harmony and commitment to the legal norms. I hope it is clear, the passage. I hope the passage is clear, pretty easier one. Let's move to the questions. Country A and country B have a long-standing dispute over a shared waterway crucial for their agricultural economies. Both countries signed a bilateral treaty specifying water sharing protocols, which country A claims country B has violated. While country A prefers to bring the case to the International Court of Justice for a binding resolution, country B opposes this, fearing a rigid ruling that may harm the economy. Considering the ICJ's role and the principles of adjudicative and diplomatic approaches in the international dispute resolution, what would be the most likely next course of action if country B consents under certain conditions? Easy question. Options, answers. Yes, all of you who are saying option B is the correct one. Both countries, like if they don't want to go for educative approach, they can go for a diplomatic approach and they can go for arbitration, and that is why the economy would also not been suffer, and economy will not suffer, and the diplomatic approach can be moved forward with an arbitration process, and that is why option B is the correct one. In a case involving economic sanctions imposed by country C on country D, both parties have agreed to pursue dispute resolution. Country C prefers a rapid and binding legal outcome due to the ongoing financial impact, whereas country D is concerned about setting a rigid precedent that could influence other economic policies. With the educative and diplomatic approaches in mind, which of the following actions could country D propose to balance both nations' objective? Yet again a same question like the first one. Let's see your answers. Yes, everyone, pretty easier question. Right. A is the correct answer. Again, they can go for arbitration proceedings. Fine. During a territorial dispute involving complex historical claims, nation E and F wish to avoid setting any binding legal precedent that could impact similar future claims with other countries. Nation E leans forward ICJ adjudication, but nation F is reluctant due to the concerns over potential precedent setting. Which alternative might best address nation F's concern while ensuring a structured dispute resolution? I am pretty sure that you would be saying A only for the correct answer, because see, it is the same question like as previous one. A limited arbitration agreement under PCA in which they agree on narrow terms and maintain the decision's confidentiality, right? So here A would be the correct answer, right? Two countries, nation G and H, are in conflict over the interpretation of a defense treaty involving joint military action. Nation G, citing recent geopolitical threats, wants a legally binding interpretation of the treaty terms from ICJ, while nation H is hesitant, fearing that a binding ruling that limits its policy flexibility. If the countries instead opt for arbitration, what specific characteristic of arbitration might make it appealing alternative for both the nations? Good question. A bit technical one. Read out the options and let me know. So, what's your final answer? B? Because many of you are mentioning B as their answer. Absolutely right. Arbitration can offer a binding decision without creating a public precedent, allowing both nations to limit interpretation to its particular dispute. And that is why option B, and opting for arbitration, keeping in mind their requirements, can be the best solution, right? All the issues can be dealt, right? And that is where option B becomes your correct answer. Fine. Last question for the day. Country X and country Y share a long border and have a history of low-level skirmishes over territory. Recently, tensions have escalated over resource-rich areas along the border, prompting both countries to consider international dispute resolution mechanisms. Country X is concerned about setting any binding precedent that might affect its borders with other countries, while country Y is seeking a rapid enforceable decision to prevent further skirmishes. Given this context, which of the following approaches would best address the concerns of both the countries? Answers? Many of you are writing C. Absolutely correct. A limited arbitration under PCA where both parties can define the scope of the decision to apply only to specific resources, rich areas without affecting other border disputes. Absolutely correct. C would be your correct answer. Right? So, this was your passage on international law. I hope the passage is clear, everyone. Tell me. I hope the passage is clear. Fine. So, this was my last legal class for you, right? So, this has been my career only. So, thank you for saying that. Too good in legal, too quick. Okay. So, thank you so much. This was my last class for legal for you guys. And I hope you loved the session. And I hope that we could be of any help to you. Trust me, everything would be fine. Everything. The session is not ending. Raj sir will continue the session, and the quant session will be taken by the Raj sir now. And then we have logical reasoning session as well also planned for you after that, right? So thank you so much for giving us so much love, and at any point you feel like that we could be of any help to you, we are always there, right? So just ping us up at any point, and even after the exam you feel like that we can help you in any way, I and iQuanta will always be there. This was my last legal marathon for you. Yes, I'll see you on the exam day, right on the YouTube channel as well, when we'll be solving the question paper right after the exam. Right after the exam, trust this on us. As soon as your paper ends, we will be live to provide you all the detailed solutions with all the faculties. And thank you so much. I'll forward it to the Raj sir now. So sir is here.
Good evening, children. Please confirm and if you can hear my voice. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
How
Students are
is
a bit
it?
nervous.
Nervous?
Exam is near.
A stupid exam, yeah. Okay.
Fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just put up my questions. Yes, children. एक second, ये कहाँ गया? Where is it? Please respond and confirm if you can hear my voice. And this is okay. Ayush sir, face level. Yes. Not loud enough. Very low. Okay. I was speaking low. Tell me now. If दोनों लगा लूँ ये क्या चक्कर है? Okay. Just tell me if you can hear my voice. दोनों साथ में. अच्छा. देखो ये लोग मुझे दो माइक लगाने को बोल रहे हैं. कहाँ करूँ? Okay, just tell me if you can hear my voice. Yeah. Am I visible? Am I visible? Now I don't think it should be low. Now it should be proper. Anna? Do face reveal, Ayush bro. Okay. My name is Raj Kumar Jha. Right. Just respond once if you can hear my voice. My voice should be clear now and the screen should be visible to you. Is it? If you can respond, it will be good to know that. The Raj sir. Okay. The ka pata nahi, but Raj, yes. Okay, so in the last session we had done a bit of work on the things which will help you to increase speed, accuracy. So those who have not gone through that, please go through. It will be helpful, really helpful, है ना? And we had also done one set that was controversial. It was wrong. The answers given by the CLAT committee was wrong. Today we are going to do 3 sets. Today we are going to do 3 sets and we'll see that we can save a lot of time if we read the question carefully. These are right, and get also correct answers. Remember, whatever attempt you do, it doesn't matter if the answers are not correct. है ना? So there is no point in getting nervous. There is no point in getting scared. No, as I always say, डरना नहीं, छोड़ना नहीं. Okay, just stay there. Read the questions little carefully and try to answer the questions. Okay, now let's start with the first set. This is CLAT 2022 ka one set. What I've done is I've given you the information there on the screen and then there are questions. I want you to read carefully. I want you to read extremely carefully. Read carefully. Okay. And the second thing in this set that I want you to understand is minimal calculations. अब ये कैसे होगा? जहाँ calculation है वहाँ होगा, है ना? So how to minimize that? We'll see that. Minimal calculations, right? So even though it is past year questions, there will be a lot to learn. I just want you to be able to see that a lot of times it happens that even if you see that there is a lot of calculation involved, there might be a possibility where you actually don't need to work that much. Okay, Chalo, let's start. Let's take 5-6 minutes. Read very carefully. It doesn't matter how much time you take as of now. Just you make sure that you read properly, make your table properly, and then proceed. Use pen and paper, okay. If there is any clarification that you want about any of the words, any of the sentences, you can ask me or just continue. This question is about reading continuously, putting the data in the table properly one by one. Tarzo says Tamil. Tarzo, I do not know how to speak Tamil, but I can speak English. Radhika, I hope my voice is clear now. Yes, Purna beta, I'll explain all the calculation, bacha. I'll explain the statement, language, what to do in the exam, how to read it. I'll explain everything. No need to delete any message, nothing to worry, okay? As long as anything that you say related to the question, related to the topic, related to the class, you don't have to get scared of any message. No need to delete, okay? If anybody is done, you can tell me done in the message box. Very good, Dishita. Anybody else who has done? Very good. So I can see a few more people have done it. Fantastic. Fantastic. Chalo, let's try and understand what to do. Very good. Very good. Dishita, Nadia, masterman. Okay. Ashwini, Radhika. Okay. Let's take a look. What does it say? It says, so when I read this question in the exam, how do I proceed? One, my reading has to be a little fast, okay, because the time is less. As per a survey conducted in a college, out of total students enrolled 3,000. I'll mark this 1,700 girls, 1,300 boys. So by the time I reach this statement, I know that we are talking about groups, right? Keep noting down these words that I'm saying. This will help you to recognize what to do next. ठीक है ना? Okay. उसके बाद various streams: non-medical, medical, commerce, arts, fine arts. So 5 streams. 5 streams. Okay, very good. Total number of girls, so 25% arts, non-medical, girl, medical. So now I know distribution. Take. And I also see the method would be the tabular method, table. So we have to create a table like this, boys, girls in different stream and so on. ठीक है? So header हमें मिल गया. Header will be the different streams. उसके अंदर boys, उसके अंदर girls, उसमें भी दो चीज़ें, परसेंटेज एंड नंबर, एक्चुअल नंबर। सो ज़रूरत नहीं है कि हर बार हमें एक्चुअल नंबर की ज़रूरत हो, ठीक है, ज़रूरी नहीं है वो। सो विल सी दैट, राइट। सो बाय द टाइम आई रीच द एंड आई सी दैट फॉर ऑलमोस्ट एवरी स्ट्रीम, जो 5 स्ट्रीम थे, हर स्ट्रीम के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ परसेंटेज इन्फॉर्मेशन दिया हुआ है, ठीक है। सो व्हाट आई विल डू इज, ये तो मैंने आपके सॉल्व करने के लिए यहाँ पे दिया था। लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, देयर आई हैव सम स्पेस, विल क्रिएट द टेबल एंड लेट्स सी. So as per a survey conducted, total 3,000 in 2021, 1,700 girls, 1,300 boys, data regarding students opting for various streams, that is non-medical, then we have medical, then we have commerce. Now remember, in the exam you have to do this work with your pen and paper. अपने हाथ से करना पड़ेगा, स्क्रीन पे आपके पास नहीं होगा ऑप्शन करने के लिए, ठीक है। So be ready for that. So arts, fine arts, ठीक है। So 1 2 3 4 5, and इसके अंदर one thing that I know that it is about boys and it is about girls, ठीक है, boys and girls, right. दूसरा, boys में percentage and number, similarly girls में percentage and number, है ना, this is what it is mentioned, right. Arts and fine arts showed that 25% enrolled students opted for non-medical, 25% non-medical, so I'll write 25% here, and out of that percent of girls who opted medical, 15% opted for medical, 30% of the total number of girls. Take second, 25% enrolled students opted for non-medical, and the percentage of girls in non-medical was 30% of the total number, right. So boys we have how many, ऊपर कहीं पे दिया था 1300 boys, 1700 girls, okay. अब इसमें कैसे करोगे वो ध्यान से समझने की कोशिश करना. When I say 25% of the enrolled students opted for non-medical, so वो तो total 3000 का है, total is 3000, so 25% of 3000 will be 750, so I'll write 750 here, right. Girls percentage in non-medical is 30%, so 30% non-medical, but वो 30% किसका, so 30% of 1700, that is 510. Now comes the important part, 750 is total non-medical, out of that 510 girls, so boys will be 750 minus 510, and that is 240. Percentage not required at this stage, so will not calculate. I repeat once more, this was given 30% of total number of children, so 25% of total number of girls, so 3000, 25%, that is 1/4, 750, out of that girls, so non-medical girls are actually 30% of total girls. Non-medical girls are 30% of total girls, so 30% of 1700, that is 510. Now 750 minus 510, that will be the number of boys. Similarly for each one we will need to just fill the data, okay. So let's do it one by one. एक हो गया, बाकी सब इसी पैटर्न पे होंगे. 15% of the total students opted for medical, 15% of total, that is 450, so 450 is total medical, and out of that we have percent of girls who opted medical was 18% of the total girls, so 18% of 1700, you see 18% of 1700, okay. So 18 by 100 into 1700, 0 cancel, 17 into 18, that is 306, so 306 girls are there, so 450 minus 306, 144 are boys. So it is a sequential calculation that we have to do, sequential calculation that we need to do, okay. And that means there is a very high chance of making a mistake, so you have to be very very careful about the process, okay. Okay, उसके बाद आगे बढ़ते हैं. 15% हो गया टोटल, मेडिकल 18% हो गया, then 25% of the total, 25% of the total opted for arts. Same process, 3000, 25%, 1/4, 1/4 is 750, and that is why in the last class I spent almost 40 minutes, 30 minutes on very basic calculation. Do you remember that? Was there, out of you guys, was anyone there in the last class? If you were not there, go back and check, ठीक है ना. So that will be extremely helpful. Total students was 750, percentage of girls who opted for arts was 15% of total. कितना simple है, 15% of total girls, 1700 का 15%, so 17 into 15. Now various tricks of calculation will help you. 17 into 15, ध्यान से देखो, it is 16 minus 1, into 16 plus 1. So 16 plus 1 into 16 minus 1, it is 16 square minus 1 square. 16 square is 256, minus 1, 255. So this is 255. So 750 minus 250 would be 500. So 495 is the number of boys. इसके बाद तो subtraction ही है ना. After this step, it is just subtraction. ठीक? उसके बाद then we have this one. 16% of the total students opted for commerce. 16% of total. Total is 3000. अच्छा, ये मैंने गलत कॉलम में लिख दिया. This I have written in the wrong column, isn't it? ये कौन से कॉलम में होना चाहिए था? This should have been. अब ये अच्छा, ये भी बहुत ध्यान रखना है आपको. You have to be extremely careful about this. Girls, 16% students opted for commerce. A percentage of girls in the commerce was 17%. नहीं, ठीक ही लिखा है ना? Have I written it correctly? ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. It is fine. Total students opted arts, but percentage of girls opted. मैंने किसका गलत लिखा? Which one did I write wrong? Medical का गलत लिखा. Okay. I have written wrong for medical. है ना? वो किस में होना चाहिए था? That should have been in arts. 450. Arts का मैंने medical में लिख दिया था. Arts का मैंने medical में लिख दिया था, right? ठीक है. So just be very careful. 20% opted for arts. Did I mix much? Okay. One second. Medical का तो ठीक ही था. मेडिकल का तो ठीक था. 50% students opted for medical, so that is 450. That was fine. Okay, and arts percentage of girls who opted medical was 18%. So 18% of 1700, that is 306. This was 144. This was fine. 25% of total students opted arts. So this is 750. Arts is 750. Girls who opted for 15% of the number of girls, 15% of 1700, 255. This is 495. Commerce अब आएगा. Okay, so this is another thing that you have to be. So now that you have seen कि ऐसा हो सकता है, so sequence का भी बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान रखना है. So you have to be very careful while reading, है ना? 16% of the total students opted commerce. So 16% would be 480. किसका 16%? 3000 का. 16% of 3000. हाँ, करेक्ट, मैंने वो गलत लिख दिया था. ठीक है, कॉमर्स. एंड परसेंटेज ऑफ गर्ल्स हु सो अभी क्या याद रखोगे कि अगर सर से भी गलती हो सकती है तो हमसे भी हो सकती है ना, किसी से भी हो सकती है, इंसान है, इसमें सर या बच्चे को इश्यू नहीं है. यू जस्ट हैव टू रीड केयरफुली एंड मार्क इट, मेक इट अ पॉइंट. आराम से पढ़ने, स्लो पढ़ के सही करना ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है रादर देन फास्ट करके गलत करना. ठीक है, ओके. सो 16% total students commerce. Percent of girls who opted commerce was 17% of the total number of girls. 17% of total number of girls is 289. 17% of 1700, simply 17 ka square, 289. Now if this is 289, how much will that be? 480 minus 280, 200, 191. Is that correct? 17% of total number of girls. है ना? I think this is fine. 19% of the total students opted fine arts. 19% of total student opted fine arts. Is that correct? 19% of total, so 570. अच्छा, एक बार को just ये check कर लो. This total has to be 3000. Is it? 750, 750. 750, 750 is 1500. 1950, 1950, 2350, 2430. 2970, so 3000. So this total is coming out to be 3000. So there is no problem with the calculation of total. ये बात तो clear हो गई, ठीक है ना? उसके बाद fine arts, and the percentage of girls who opted fine arts was 20% of the total number of girls. 20% of total number of girls is 340. एक बार इसको भी check कर लो. ये पूरा add करके कितना होना चाहिए? This total should be equal to 1700. Just check that. Always confirm. 5 and 9, 14 and 6, 20. 20 का 0. 2 and 4, 6 and 5, 11 and 8, 19 and 1, 20, 0, 2 carry forward, 2 and 3, 5 and 2, 7 and 2, 9 and 3, 12 and 5, 1700. Fantastic. 570 minus 340, fine arts कितना हो जाएगा? चेक करो. 0, 7 minus 4, 3, 5 minus 3, 2, 230. इसको भी चेक कर लो एक बार फाइनली लास्ट. So 5 and 1, 6 and 4, 10, 0, 3 and 1, 4 and 9, 13 and 9, 22 and 4. 26 and 4, 30, 0, 3 and 2, 5 and 4, 9 and 1, 10, 11 and 2, 1300. So everything is perfectly fine. All the rows are absolutely clear. All the columns are very clear. Okay? Right? So once you have done this table thing, then you can answer the questions now. अब तो ठीक है, अब तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ना? अब तो सब सही है, ठीक. Now questions, how many girls have opted non-medical? Opted non-medical. Now you see, अब मैं एक दूसरी बात समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. We did all 5 columns, but I could have answered this question. Important बात अब है, वो जो टाइम पास हुआ वो तो ठीक है. But do you think that this question, at least one question, could have been answered in the very beginning, the moment we finalized non-medical? Do you understand that? कि जो काम हमने 7-8 मिनट में किया या 10 मिनट में किया, one question I could have done in the first 1 minute. Yes or no? So when you have less time, look at this strategy that you have read the data. Take a look at the questions first. If there is something related to a very particular area or something total, something that can be done within a minute or so, usko pehle kar do. ठीक है? So that you can look at the other sets also. अगर दूसरा वाला सेट गंदा है, खराब है, तो वापस इस पे आओ. क्यों? इसमें कुछ हो तो रहा था. At least you were able to do something in this set. ठीक है? So perhaps that's the reason that I spent that much time in showing कि कहीं ना कहीं एक चीज आपको समझना है. If there is an information given, even if you are able to do it, it will take time, right? हवा में तो नहीं हो जाएगा ना. It cannot happen just that you blink and you open and the table is done. No, that is not going to happen. And also the chances of mistakes are there. So you have to always make sure that in DI, in quant section of CLAT, because there are going to be only 2 sets, है ना? तो questions पे एक बार नजर जरूर मार लो, because otherwise you may end up spending more time than necessary, or maybe if you are attempting quant last, तो क्या होगा? Time ही कम होगा. So instead of trying to do all questions, just see if you can do 1 or 2 questions in both the sets. That would be much easily possible, rather than spending time in creation of the whole table. Anyways, आगे. Girls have outnumbered boys in fine arts, correct? How many girls in fine arts are more than the boys as a percentage of total number of boys in fine arts? नहीं करूँगा मैं. ये question देख के, ये option देख के मैं करूँगा ही नहीं. Are you with me? Did you understand what I just tried to explain? कि पहले तो मैं वो table पूरा नहीं बनाऊँगा, because it is not necessary. I'll be able to do 1 question, 2 questions, because if there are 10 questions, however good I am in quantitative techniques, in the exam of CLAT, I should not target more than 4 or 5 questions, because I have, and that depends on the time available. I should rather spend time on legal, I should rather spend time in English, I should rather spend time in reasoning, and uske baad if I have time, then I can go to QT and current affairs सबसे पहले. क्यों? These are the questions. ये QT, current affairs and legal are the sections there you just need to read. और ये मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मैथ्स का फैकल्टी हूँ, ठीक है? Right? Because एक होता है preparation, the other thing is the exam strategy. Exam strategy में emotion काम नहीं करता. Okay, because if you become emotional, you are gone, completely gone. So just be careful, control your emotions. However good you are with maths, you have to understand the importance that जितने time में आप quant के 10 question करोगे, you will be able to do 40 questions of current affairs. You will be able to do 20-25 questions of legal, and similarly 20-25 questions of English, right? And it's a number game, end of the day. It's an insane game of numbers. You know, 30, 40, 50,000 people who appear in the exam, and hardly 2,000, 1,100 seats in general, and 2,000 total seats are there. बात समझ आई? So even in spite of the person who loves maths, I would say that if the exam, इसको आप strategy बोलते हो, मैं common sense बोलता हूँ. This is a very common sense that I have to maximize, है ना? So maximize the attempts, maximize the possibility where I can just read and answer. And वो कब कहाँ पे होगा? Current affairs में होगा, legal में होगा, English में होगा. These 3. Then if the time permits, I would rather go in reasoning, and in the end, if time permits, I'll go for quant. And in quant, I'll search for such questions. ठीक है? Now अभी के लिए solve करा देता हूँ कि अगर suppose कुछ और करने के लिए नहीं है, if there is nothing else to do, then how will you do this question? So we'll just try to solve. What does it say? Girls have outnumbered boys in fine arts. Is that so? Girls have outnumbered boys in fine arts. Yes, of course. By how much? By 110. So the difference is 110. What is the question asking? ये मैंने आपको last class में सिखाया था है ना. How many girls in fine arts are more than the boys? Than the boys. So boys 230, difference 110. So how do I break it? Remember 230 ka half is 115. So 110 can be written as 115 minus 5 divided by 230. What happens? 115 by 230 is 50%. Minus 5 by 230. 5 by 230 is 1 by 46. 5 by 230 है ना. रिमेंबर आपको मैंने बोला था जब भी 5 का मल्टीपल हो 2 से ऊपर नीचे मल्टीप्लाई कर दो. तो 10 by 460, that is 1 by 46. 1 by 46 is approximately 2%, slightly more than 2%. So the answer should be very close to 48% and less than 48%. Answer should be very close to 48% and less than 48%. So very close to 48 but less than 48. Clearly 50 and 51 cannot be the answer. Try and understand the emotional part also, right? हमें पता है, हमें पूरा कैलकुलेट नहीं करना. मैं दोबारा से समझाता हूँ. 110 है with respect to 230. 115 is a good number, so I take 110 as 115 minus 5. Now 115 by 230 is 50% clearly. 5 by 230 is 1 by 46. 1 by 46 is slightly more than 2%. It is 2.1. So answer would be 50 minus 2, 48 and slightly less than 48. Very understand the statement that I am speaking. है ना? क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं? Answer should be less than 48 but very close to 48. So hence this is also gone and ये वाला answer हुआ. So without getting into the exact detail, calculation किए बिना, और ये approximation नहीं, this is not approximation, this is exact calculation, ठीक है? But much less stressful. Which of the following courses have been opted by maximum number of boys? Easy question, but ये तभी answer कर सकते हो when you have done all the things, right? Maximum number of boys 495. Maximum number of boys 495, that is arts. Arts, maximum number of boys. Which of the following courses have been opted by minimum number of boys? Same process. See, you have to understand that these two questions can be done only when you have completed the table. Other children, keep responding if you can hear my voice clearly. Maximum number of boys. क्या हुआ? मैंने गलत किया. Maximum number of boys. Arts में 495 है ना? Maximum number of boys 495. Okay. Minimum number of boys. Minimum number of boys. Minimum is 144. Medical. Minimum number of boys 144. Medical. ठीक है. Last one. What is the ratio among the boys and girls for non-medical? Ratio among the boys and girls for non-medical. Ratio among boys and girls non-medical. Boys and girls not. So 240 is to 510. ये है ना? 240 is to 510. So boys and girls. Oh, so order is very clear here. Boys and girls. So 240 is to 510. 0, 0 cancel. 8, 3 cancels. 8 is to 17. So 8 into 17. Option C is the correct answer. ठीक है? Yes, very good, very good. Right, so I just keep the ideas that I have shared. Question is not important, है ना? Question is not important, calculation is not important. Every thought that I have shared, that is going to be something really crucial from exam point of view. I have given you the idea of calculation a little bit कि अगर ऐसा ज़रूरत पड़े तो भी कब करना है वो मैंने आपको समझाया. Approximation का क्या समझना है? Sense समझना है. Calculation में it has to be more towards the sensible calculation rather than गधा मजदूरी वाला calculation. ठीक है? And emotion नहीं होना है बिल्कुल भी. Also before reading the set, look at the questions also. कि अच्छा non medical के बारे में पूछा है, maximum minimum पूछा है. So you know देखते ये पता चलना चाहिए that this should be my last preference. क्यों? Because इसको करने के लिए मुझे पूरा table solve करना पड़ेगा. पूरा table solve करना पड़ेगा तभी I can do something. ठीक है ना? Right? So yeah, so I think this is good enough for this kind of data, and this is a peculiar data. ये easy नहीं था. I wouldn't say it was a very easy, happy, go lucky वाला question. नहीं था. You can see that, right? क्या क्या issues थे इसमें? Issue ये था that there was no direct relation between boys and girls. अगर वो होता ना तो बहुत अच्छा होता. If there was a direct relation between boys and girls in any category, it would have been really easy. Problem क्या पे हो रही थी? Total was given with respect to 3000 and girls was given with respect to 1700, and every time subtract करके हम निकाल रहे थे. So this is not a very good set to pick up in the exam. Are you with me? Do you understand what I just said? एक दो क्वेश्चन करके सामान उठा के भाग लो, that is better. And you know, this I am saying being a lover of mathematics and teacher of mathematics for almost 25 years. Okay? Okay, now second set. Now that you have seen, I have explained the emotional part, I have explained the selection of set criteria, I have explained the selection of questions criteria. Okay? Now, can I expect that you would be able to finish it in 5, 6, 7, whatever? Try and see what you can do. Okay, go with an open mind. Try and see what you do. Okay, and then again, I'll share my thoughts on this kind of sets. So read very carefully, see what you can do. वेरी गुड ओम. दिस इज अ ब्यूटिफुल एग्जाम्पल जहाँ पे आपको मिनिमल कैलकुलेशन से सही आंसर्स मिल सकते हैं. All right, only Om has done. बाकी लोग, what about rest of the people? शुरू करें? Should we start discussion? Very good, Ashwini. Very good, Ananya. Nice. Good to see that. This is similar question as compared to the previous one, but easier than the previous one. Why? Because remember मैं जो बात कर रहा था that the division within the department is given. Division within the department is given, and you know what? You can find the percentages beforehand, right? You don't need the numbers. You don't need the numbers at all. This 4500 is not required in the beginning. This 4500 is not required till the time you complete the table. ठीक है ना? Right? चलिए, let's see. In an organization, the total number of employees working in various departments vis-a-vis IT, marketing, purchase, HR, accounts, and production. How many departments are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 6 departments. All right. And total number of employees is 4500. The information regarding department-wise percentage of employees department-wise was collected, and also record about the gender ratio within the department. है ना? Employees was generated. 18% of total number of employees work in IT, and ratio of male to female in that 18% is 2:1. That is, so 18 को 2:1 में divide कर दो. That is 12 and 6%. है ना? So that will be really simple question. Let's see. IT, marketing, okay. Then we have purchase. Then we have accounts. Then we have production. And in this, male and female. What I'll do is, in this table I'll write only percentages. So 18% of total number of employees work in IT. So IT is 18%. IT is 18%. In that, the ratio of male to female is 2:1. So 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 sixes are 18. So 2 sixes are 12 and 1 sixes are 6. So 12% of total number of employees. Total is 4500. 45 is equal to 100%. So this 12% is male IT, 6% is female IT, 18% is total IT. So that's the beauty of this question. This is much simpler and faster as compared to the previous one. है ना? In marketing, ratio of male to female is 2:3, and the number of employees engaged in marketing is 12% of total. So 12% total. Break this 12% in the ratio. 20%. 20%. So 20% को break कर दो आप 2:3 में. So the numbers also are given. So always remember, the questions will be very easy. ठीक है? So 20% and 2:3. So 2 plus 3, 5. 5 fours are 20. So 2 fours are 8% and 3 fours are 12%. ठीक है? 12% of the total number of workers are running the HR department. So HR is 12%. HR is, okay, मैंने HR लिखा ही नहीं. I did not write HR. IT, marketing, production. Okay, ठीक है. Let me include HR department. IT, marketing, purchase, HR. ठीक. IT, marketing, purchase, HR, accounts and production. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. Now the next is about HR. So 12% is HR. But उस 12 में what is the gender ratio? The gender ratio is male to female. That ratio is 5:1. Wow. So 5 plus 1, 6. 6 twos are 12. So 5 twos are 10. So 10%. 1 twos are 2%. Wow. Okay. So HR is done. The fraction of male to female in production department is 3:2, and the total number of persons employed in this are 15%. So production is 15%. And in that the ratio of these two is 3:2. So 3 plus 2, 5, 5 threes are 15. So 3 threes are 9% and 2 threes are 6%. ठीक है? Right? उसके बाद the number of persons occupied in purchase and account department are 24%. So purchase, एक सेकेंड, मैंने किसमें फिर से जैसे पिछले वाले में गलत किया, इसमें भी वैसे ही किया ना. जस्ट बी केयरफुल. प्रोडक्शन. सो परचेज में जो मैंने लिखा है दैट इज प्रोडक्शन. ठीक है, मैं उसको लिख देता हूँ उधर. आई विल राइट दैट दिस इज प्रोडक्शन 9%, 6% एंड 15%. ठीक है. एंड परचेज का ये वाला हटा दो. राइट. Oh, so now that you have seen two sets, you have to keep in mind कि वो जानबूझ के उल्टा पुल्टा देते हैं. Deliberately they will give data which is not in the order so that you make mistakes. So just be careful. ठीक है. Now what does it say? It says 24% purchase and accounts. Purchase accounts 24% and 11%. Now this is another interesting thing. Was it necessary to give both? अगर एक ये नहीं दिया होता तो भी हम निकाल सकते थे. क्यों? बिकॉज द टोटल शुड बी 100%. लिसन केयरफुली. सो इट इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल दैट दे वुडंट गिव वन ऑफ देम. सो वी एड ऑल द रिमेनिंग, सब्ट्रैक्ट फ्रॉम 100, वी एड ऑल द रिमेनिंग एंड सब्ट्रैक्ट फ्रॉम 100, यू गेट द लास्ट वन. ठीक है. दिस इज वन पार्ट. नाउ उसके बाद रेशियो. इन परचेज द रेशियो इज 1:1. इन परचेज द रेशियो इज 1:1 मीन्स इक्वल इक्वल, हाफ हाफ. सो 24 का हाफ 12% एंड 24 का हाफ 12%. What you have to be really careful about is accounts. In the accounts ratio is 1:2. 1:2 मतलब 1 plus 2, 3. 1 plus 2 that is 3. ठीक है. 1 plus 2 that is 3. Right? 1 plus 2 that is 3. So कैसे divide करोगे? ये थोड़ा calculate कर दो. So 1/3 of 11 that is 11/3% and 2/3 of 11 that is 22/3%. So all the values are in percentages of 4500. We know 100% is 4500. We know that 100% is 4500 for all of them. ठीक है. Are you guys with me? So अभी तक हमें कोई major calculation नहीं मिला. That's the beauty of this. And the most important part was the order. So you have to be very careful of the order. किस order में दिया है? Because there you will make mistakes which usually we call silly mistakes. है ना? Just think about who is silly. I am silly. है ना? Okay. How many female employees are there in purchase department? So how many female purchase? Female purchase. If I have the table, purchase female is 12%. So what do I do? 12% of 4500. 12% of 4500. That's the benefit कि हमने 4500 को बार बार इस्तेमाल नहीं किया. Imagine there are only 4 questions, 5 questions. So what is the why do we need to calculate all of them in one go? So 12/100 into 4500. 0 cancel, another 0 cancel. 45 into 12, 480 and 60, 540. So 540 is the answer of this question. Right? Okay. Now दूसरा. How many employees are working in IT and accounts department together? So IT and accounts, total number of employees. So देखो, IT and accounts. In IT, total is 18%. In account, total is 11%. Is that so? Yeah. IT 18%, account 11%. So 18 plus 11, 29%. Value तो 4500 ही है ना. So 29/100 into 4500. I see 0 0 0 0 cancel. Now we have to calculate 29 into 45. ध्यान से देखो, odd number 5 का multiple, odd number 5 का multiple, odd number 5 का multiple, तीनों नहीं हो सकते without calculation 1305. Without calculation 1305. If you have calculated, that means you have wasted time. 29 is an odd number, 45 is a multiple of 5. When I multiply, the answer will be a multiple of 5, right? So only 1305 is there, and that is the answer. If there is more than one option, then only I'll go ahead and calculate. That is okay. But the point is, if there is only one option, that has to be marked as the answer. Listen to that carefully. Okay? अगर आपने पूरा calculate किया है, तो आपने बहुत बढ़िया काम नहीं किया है. Realize it and use it for the exam purpose. Always check the last digits first. If there is only one number which has the last digit as your answer, 9 5s are 45, 5 होना चाहिए, so वही आंसर हो गया ना, फिर आगे क्यों करोगे, है ना? इंटेलिजेंट वहां दिखाएंगे जहां पे हमें इंटेलिजेंस की जरूरत है. ठीक है? That's what is very very important. Keep your eyes open. Okay? अच्छा, दूसरी बात, अगर मल्टीप्लाई करना ही है वो भी देखो. If I have to multiply 29 and 45, so I will not multiply 29. I'll multiply 30 minus 1. Are you with me? Because 30 into 45 is easier. That I can do with table of 3. Minus 1 into 45, 45. So 1350 minus 45 I can do mentally, and it is 1305. Are you following what I'm trying to say? Do you think these things will help you to save 10 seconds, 15 seconds in every question, and hence 2 questions more overall in the exam? That is important. What is the ratio of total number of males to total number of females in all the departments put together? कितना सुंदर question है. In this question, you don't need any information about 4500. Do you see that? Total males, total females. वो 4500 की कहाँ जरूरत है? Total males will be addition of all of this. Total number of females will be addition of all of this. Add कर दो. Add करो. So 12 और 8, 20, 12 and 8, 20, 32, 42 and 9, 51 plus 11 by 3. 51 plus 11 by 3. That is 164 by 3. Similarly, add all the females or subtract this from 100. Add all the females or subtract this from 100. मैं 100 में से subtract करूँगा. So 100 minus 164 by 3, 300 minus 164, that is 136 by 3. Take the ratio of these two items. So 3 and 3 cancel. 164 upon 136. 164 upon 136. 164 upon 136. 4 से divide हो जाएगा. 4 से divide होगा 41. 4 से divide होगा 34. So 41 is to 34. 41 is to 34 is the answer. Again, order is very very important. ठीक है? So Radhika, you should not have skipped this question. This is a very good question. क्यों? Again, we don't need the total number of people. We just need the percentages. Add all the male percentages, add all the female percentages, because the ratio is like, see, whether it is 5 and 7 or 5x and 7x, the ratio doesn't make any difference. Ratio तो वही रहेगा ना, x तो cancel ही होना है. That is why this understanding of this process is very very crucial. ठीक है? Okay, number of females in marketing department from forms what percentage of the total number of employees in the organization. इसको आप देख सकते हो कि करना है या नहीं करना है, बट देख लेते हैं. बट हाँ, इसको भी कर तो सकते ही हैं. We still don't need 4500. We still don't need 4500, right? क्यों? जो हमारा, अरे ये तो टेबल से डायरेक्टली मिल गया ना. Female marketing, female marketing, female marketing, female marketing is 12% of total. Is 12% of total. 12% of total. Why do I need any calculation? 4500 की जरूरत है ही नहीं, है ना? 4500 की जरूरत इस क्वेश्चन में भी नहीं. So देखो, in this question no need of 4500, है ना? In this question no need of 4500, right? इन दोनों, अच्छा ये डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन है, तो कम से कम ये और ये बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन था. और अगर ये करने जाते हैं तो कैलकुलेशन के ऊपर अगर ध्यान रखें तो वो भी बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन है. लास्ट डिजिट पे ध्यान रखें तो वो भी बहुत ही बढ़िया क्वेश्चन है. ठीक है? आर यू गाइज विद मी? ठीक है, चलो आगे देखें. व्हाट इज द रेशियो ऑफ नंबर ऑफ मेल्स इन मार्केटिंग टू द नंबर ऑफ मेल्स इन एचआर? मेल्स चाहिए, मार्केटिंग एचआर चाहिए. वाह, सीधा टेबल से मिल जाएगा. मार्केटिंग एचआर, नंबर ऑफ मेल्स. मार्केटिंग एचआर, मार्केटिंग 8%, एचआर 10%. आहा, 8:10. कितना डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है यार. 8:10, that is 4:5. So 4:5 is option A is the correct answer. Yes. So you see, 45 is, that is why I said that this question is better than the previous question. This set is way better, much better than the previous set, है ना? क्योंकि वहां पे क्या था, हमें सब्ट्रैक्ट करके दूसरा वाला ग्रुप मिल रहा था. यहाँ पे डायरेक्टली दोनों का जो सिचुएशन है, इंफॉर्मेशन है, that was given, and hence this is a more doable set as compared to the first one, right? Similar information था, but the second one is much better. हमेशा ये देखना, अगर component direct percentages are given, component direct relation is given, that would be a better choice to select a set. ठीक है, चलिए बहुत बढ़िया. Let's take one more set, and there I have taken a graph. I want you to take a look at the graph. This is very easy. It's just that there is a graph, so I thought of involving axis, x-axis, y-axis, and talk about the data presentation. ठीक है. Second last question. What is second last question? The number of female marketing, वही तो दिया है ना, female marketing, the whole, ये जो भी percentages था, all these percentages were what with respect to the total, right? So already female marketing is 12%. ठीक है, that was already with respect to total. Okay, now the third set of the day, there is a graph. Ashwini, you asked earlier also, क्या नहीं समझ आया उसमें, टोटल के रिस्पेक्ट में ही तो था. All the percentages were with respect to total only. Every value, every percentage was with respect to total only. So there should not be any confusion. चलिए तीसरा set, look at the graph carefully. This kind of graph is called bar graph. So there are bars, there are buildings. Just try and note down some things out of this information given. Try and note down a few things from the table. Because इसमें question नहीं लिख पाया, जगह की कमी थी. The space was less, so I did not write the question here. Questions are in the next slide. But try and take notes as much as possible, as whatever you feel is important. Do you see any relation? पहले तो how to look at the graph. In any graph, always look for, चलो कुछ points note down कर लो. In any graph, in any data interpretation graph, like in this question, this is a very plain, very simple data, but I want you to note down this, that how do you go about it? Order क्या होना चाहिए? हड़बड़ी में नहीं करना है. There is a very fixed process. Look for, there is a head note, if there is a head note. Head note जैसे ये हो गया, ये इसके साथ कुछ कहानी लिखी हुई है, that so and so happens and this, any story that is given, so head note. Then directly go to the footnote if there is any. For example, there is a head note here that ऐसा ऐसा है, क्या क्या है उसमें? Japanese encephalitis, 5 states, India. These are the information given in head note. Footnote में क्या given है? Number of person affected by, no, this is not footnote. Okay, there is no footnote. It is not necessary that in every question you will have everything that I mentioned there, but that is the way of looking for information. That is the way of looking for information. ठीक है? Footnote हो गया. Then look at the graph. In the graph, what do you look? In the graph, first you look at x-axis. X-axis मतलब horizontal axis. What is there? You see name of states, and now you relate to 5 states. अच्छा, ये 5 state है. Then you look at y-axis. ठीक है? Now what is there on y-axis? Y-axis, see that there are values 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So whenever there is a bar, I know that there is a value here. अच्छा, and also above the bar that value is written. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड 57 नहीं भी दिया होता तो भी हम शायद ढूंढ सकते थे, बट नॉट दैट प्रिसाइजली, इजंट इट? डू यू सी दैट 50 इज हियर, 60 is here, so this value is somewhere 57. So don't worry about it. If there is an exactness required, it will be given in the question. ठीक है? So here we already have the values above the bar. तो ये वाला एक्सिस का टेंशन नहीं है, because ये कितना होना चाहिए हमें इधर से गेस करने की जरूरत नहीं है. It is already given 57 here. Okay, fantastic. So what does that mean? How many cases of encephalitis are there in Jharkhand? You will say 29. Do you understand that? How many cases of encephalitis are there in the entire country? How many cases of encephalitis are there in the entire country? How many cases of encephalitis are there in the entire country? क्या होगा आंसर? Cannot be determined. How many cases of encephalitis are there in these 5 states? Then you add these 5. Yes or no? So ध्यान से क्वेश्चन पढ़ना. How many cases of encephalitis are there in the entire country? Answer would be cannot be determined because we don't know about other states. How many cases of encephalitis are there in these 5 states? So then you add 57, 45, 21, 29 and 13 and so on. Right? So this is one part. Then in the same set we also have information given in a table. पढ़ो उसको टेबल में. So टेबल जब भी आप देखते हो बहुत ध्यान से पहले आप हेडर्स पढ़ोगे. हेडर्स उसमें हेडर्स में क्या होगा? अपर मोस्ट रो पहले उसको पढ़ोगे. ठीक है? सो अपर मोस्ट रो स्टेट्स एंड रेशियो ऑफ मेल टू फीमेल. ओके, सो ब्रेकअप ऑफ मेल फीमेल इज गिवन. दूसरा फिर आप क्या पढ़ोगे? लेफ्ट मोस्ट कॉलम, राइट? सो देयर यू विल फाइंड द स्टेट्स. सो इन उड़ीसा male to female 12:7, right? And in Odisha total is 57. So once you have done that, then correlate the table and the graph. ठीक है? Then correlate the table and the graph. So in Odisha total is 57. Can I divide 57 in the ratio 12:7? Yes. 12 plus 7 is 19. 19 threes are 57, right? So 12 3 times is 36, 7 3 times is 21. So I have written male and female already. 45 is in West Bengal. 45. That 45 is broken in the ratio 6:3. 6 plus 3 is 9. 9 fives are 45. So 6 fives are 30 and 3 fives are 15. Yes? Chhattisgarh total cases are 21. Total cases 21. And 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 threes are 21. So 5 threes are 15 and 2 threes are 6. Wow, क्या बात है. Jharkhand total cases 29. Divide 29 in the ratio 15. Wow, 15 plus 14 itself is 29. So there are 15 males and 14 females. Andhra Pradesh 13. 7 plus 6 13. Wow. So इसमें तो हमें कुछ काम ही नहीं करना पड़ा. If I ask now, what is the total number of male cases in the country? What is the total number of male cases in the country? What will be the answer? Cannot be determined. ठीक है? What is the number of male cases in these 5 states? There you add these 5. So 36 plus 30, 66 plus 15, 75, 81, 96 and 7, 103. This is the total male cases in 5 states. What is the total number of female cases? Add. So 21, 15, 36 and 14, 50, 56, 62. So 62. And what is the total number of cases in these? 103 plus 62 is 165. Does it follow from here? 13, 29 and 20, 50, 50 and 70, 120 and 45, 165. So everything is there, right? So just be very, very careful in the presentation of the data, in the language of the question and so on and so forth. Are you guys with me? Check it very carefully, check it. Formal version is or not or. The formal version is or not. Yes, my dear children. ठीक है? चलो, let's look at the questions now. Number of females affected by Japanese encephalitis in West Bengal are what percentage? Oh, so data was simple, questions are complicated. Questions are not that simple because it says females affected by Japanese encephalitis in West Bengal. So female West Bengal are what percentage more or less than that of female Odisha? So female West Bengal, female Odisha. Female West Bengal is 15 and female Odisha is 21. 15, 21 है ना, 15, 21, 15 and 21. क्या पूछा है? Dan के बाद कौन सा आ रहा है? 21 आ रहा है. So difference 6 divided by 21. 6 divided by 21, 3 cancel किया, 2 by 7. 2 by 7 is, remember last class we had done 28.57%. 28.57%, 28.6% because we need one decimal. तो approximation कर दिया 28.6%. Yes, are you guys feeling something? कुछ कर सकते हैं ऐसा बढ़िया? What is the average number of males affected by Japanese encephalitis in all the 5 states? All the 5 states. Okay, now see, there is one thing that is given in thousands. So all these values are in thousands. So be careful of that. ठीक है? अच्छा, अब उसमें क्या था? हाँ, एक चीज और रह गई थी, कलर कोडिंग भी होता है. जैसे यहाँ पे कलर कोडिंग. So color coding का information नीचे दिया होगा. So like here all the colors are blue, so it is mentioned like that. So no problem, nothing to worry. So average of all 5. So average of all 5, 57 plus 45 plus 21 plus 29 plus 13, that is 165. So 165 divided by 5, that is 33. 33 and it is in thousand, so 33,000. क्या है? The average number. Oh, it is only about males. Okay, only about males. मैंने पूरे का कर दिया. ठीक है? So only males 103. So 103 divided by 5. 103 divided by 5. That is 206. 20.6. That is 20,600. So 20,600. 20,600. Option D is the correct answer. Right? Our last question. If the total number of males affected by Japanese encephalitis in other states are 87% more than the average number of males in Odisha. Total number of males affected by Japanese encephalitis in other states is 87% more than the number of males in Odisha. Number of males in Odisha कितना था? Number of males Odisha is 36. Number of males in Odisha is 36. Number of males in Odisha is, oh sorry, it is not Odisha only. Odisha, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand. सिर्फ 4. Odisha, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. Only 4. अरे वाह, only 4. So only 4. Odisha, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. Oh, so आंध्र प्रदेश छोड़ दिया. आंध्र प्रदेश अगर छोड़ दो तो क्या बनता है यहाँ पे? 36 plus 30, 66 and 30, 96. 96 का 87% more. 96 plus 87% of 96. Please read it very carefully. 96 plus 87% of 96. Have I written it correctly? Then the total number of males affected in India, in other states, Japanese encephalitis in other states are 87% more than average number of males. अच्छा, उसमें भी average है. Okay, उसमें भी average है. I am sorry. उसमें भी average है. Perfect. क्या करना होगा? What will I need to do? This will not be 96. क्या number आना चाहिए उधर? बताओ. What number should I have? What number should I have? Average. Average of these 4. So 96 divided by 4, 24 and 87% of 24. This is other states. Please note down very carefully. Other states will be 24 plus 87% of 24. How much is that? Now, this is 24 plus 87% of 24. Calculate little fast. 87, 24. 4 sevens are 28. 2 carry 32 and 14. 46, 48. 16 and 4, 20. So 21 approximately. That is 45. So other states 45. These 4 together, these 5 together, male was 103. So 103 plus 45, that is 148. 148,000. 148,000, 140,000, 147,068. Okay, so this is the answer. ठीक है, so कैसा रहा, फटाफट जल्दी बताओ. Now we have Vikrant sir here for your next session. So by the time we are changing the mic, I would like to hear from you guys.
So I'm actually very curious, why are you using two mics?
I don't know.
Run out of battery.
Okay, so perhaps the voice was low. Yes. फटाफट जल्दी 2 मिनट बताओ. How do you feel about quant in CAT? Those who have come late, those who are watching recording, please look at the strategy part that I just explained a little while ago. ध्यान से उसको समझना जो भी मैंने बोला है, because that's the tried and tested process. It will always help. Remember, it is a uselessly insane ratio, right? 50,000 children who appear in the exam, 2,000 seats are there. वो already पागलपंती है, तो हम भी थोड़ा सा पागलपंती करेंगे. हम भी will not worry too much about the standard or general process. Right? We'll also go here and there. क्या बोलते हैं, चोरी करके, चूहा जैसा कि कुछ गया लेके निकल लिया. क्वांट में तो यही अप्रोच रखना. And this I am saying, right? In spite of all my emotions towards quant, I am saying that quant may keep that approach of कौन सा चूहा था, Jerry, Tom and Jerry वाला Jerry.
Tom was the chooha.
Oh,
Or was it the
Tom
Jerry
was
that
cat.
was the chooha?
Jerry was chooha.
That's the first question of logical reasoning that we are asking you to.
Quant's part is
GK, no? That's the first question of GK.
ठीक. All right, children. So I'll see you again on Sunday. We will be having an analysis session after the paper. Okay. Yeah, just do that. So on Sunday we are going to have a proper analysis after the exam, right? What can you expect out of the paper? What could have been a good score, bad score, whatever. And there's nothing like a bad score. Okay. There's always a score, and then on the basis of that score you proceed. एक important बात यह है that when you go in the exam, at that time, forget the scores at that point in time. Remember, it's a psychological exam. ठीक है, आप जितना खुश रहोगे, thank whosoever you believe. अगर आप भगवान को believe करते हो, उनको thank करो. Parents को believe करो, उनको thank करो. That you've got a good day, good opportunity to write a beautiful exam. At least the content is good. The ratio is still stupid. Okay, so content of the paper is good. Right? And I always have seen good people clearing the exam. Good people as in those who are really strong emotionally, psychologically. Okay, there is nothing wrong in making mistake. Owning mistake would differentiate you from others, as simple as that. Okay, so this is where I'll sign off. Vikrant sir, thank you so much. So carry on and all the best. Take care.
Okay, so बहुत जल्दी बताओ, do you guys need a break or should we continue? Was there a break between Raj sir, your session and the previous session?
Change over 2 minutes.
Okay, so do you guys need a break or can I start? So this session will take you through reading comprehension as well as logical reasoning, along with answering all the questions that you may have. So I do realize that there is a switch over of the sessions are live, but then there is a lag of around 14 seconds. So I'll just wait. Break. Okay. So a lot of you are asking for a break. Let us see if I can set up a timer here. Let's see. So a 10-minute break, does that sound fine? Will that work? So here is a timer. Let's start it. So a 10-minute break. When this reaches 0, I'm going to be with you once again. Okay. So is there a way of making it bigger? Yes. So there you are. So that at a glance you'd know that you have a break going on, and at 0 we start. And your time is up. So let's go ahead and stop it. Okay. Kuch aur hua. How do we really stop it now? Okay. So now that we are done with it, let's move back to our presentation. So let's see. So before we start, do you have any questions or concerns with respect to reading comprehension, with respect to logical reasoning, any issue, any doubt? If you have one, please make sure that you put it in the chat, and I'd go ahead and address this after going through our first passage, unless you have these, fastest fingers where you can drop me a message before I take you over to the passage. Let's see. So here is a warm-up passage for you that should hopefully also allow you to adjust to the next part of the journey, which is reading comprehension. So here is a warm-up passage. In fact, let me write it, since it is literally a warm-up for you. So a warm-up passage. And thereafter a proper passage. How to put 100% concentration in the passage while solving. Tanay, it is not exactly an RC problem. It is more of a concentration or focus problem. So I personally take care of the concentration problem by following 4 things. The first one is ensuring hygiene factors. So hygiene factors are, have you taken enough sleep, enough water, enough nutrition? So that's one bit. Thereafter, I believe that if I'm generally focused in my life, if I have that clarity of goals, that brings in focus. I practice using mindfulness techniques, that helps. I do dabble in meditation, that helps. And there are times when I also use some chemicals like caffeine in order to help me focus. So maybe you can play around with these things, and hopefully that should help. And how to warm up to reading before exam. Here you don't really need a warm up for reading per se, frankly. Okay. You do realize that you have a brain that works non-stop. At any given point of time, your brain is focusing on one thing. So you just need to exercise more control over what your brain focuses on, and that takes care of the issues. So it's not really that big a deal. Om says, what is a good time for RC solving? 10 minutes for every 7 questions is usually good. Okay, so I hope that helps. Vishnu says there is a problem with underlining. Vishnu, I don't believe in underlining. I'll tell you why. First up, let's look at the act of underlining itself. Why do we underline? We underline when we think that this part is important. That's when we go and underline, right? But in a reading comprehension kind of scenario, how do you determine it? How do you decide it? Those parts of the passage which are relevant from the perspective of answering the questions are important. The rest of them are not important. And you won't be able to figure it out unless you have read the questions, which will happen after reading the passage. So underlining won't really make much sense. The second thing is that the moment your pen touches paper, it takes more time. So back yourself. Trust your brain to absorb all the key information. Okay, you are capable of doing it. Practice that over the next 2 days, and you would realize that it is usually mostly just a matter of habit that we underline. We don't really need to do it. They say, should RC be started first? Ridhima, I don't know whether you should start with RCs or not, but I can tell you how I go about it. What my philosophy is, I prefer, I prefer starting with an area that I'm comfortable with. I prefer ending with an area that I'm comfortable with. The areas that I'm less comfortable with are the ones that get sandwiched in between. So do not start with something that you're not good at. Do not end with something that you're not good at. So if reading comprehension falls within this schemata, and this schemata says that you need to start with it, then yes, go ahead, start with it. Tanay, as I said, it is more a matter of habit, and so even if you underline, what's going to be, what will happen? You probably miss out on 10 seconds. So it's not that huge a deal. Don't worry. Okay. So if it is a habit, it is a habit. Let's not think about it over the course of last 2 days. Om says, how to prevent mind fatigue during logical? Om, there is nothing called mind fatigue. It is a myth. You have been writing a lot of mocks. The purpose of those mocks was test taking stamina. And in fact, this is not the first exam that you're writing. Hey, you've written your board exams, 3-hour exams. Now tell me, in your board exam, which was pretty demanding, pretty challenging, were you more productive in the last 15 minutes or were you less productive in the last 15 minutes? You were faster. You were more intensely focused. You were writing more rapidly. So I don't know, what are you talking about? Your personal experience will tell you that you don't face a fatigue for at least 3 hours. Okay, so it's a myth here. If you believe in it, it's only then that it will materialize, otherwise it does not. Okay, so here you go. First passage, teeny passage. This is the only slide where the passage is on. Then there are 2 questions. Go ahead, read it, answer those questions, and then we'll move over to the next one. Start. And as usual, we'll go ahead and solve it in 2 rounds. Round 1 is where you read and answer. Round 2 is where we go through the passage and the questions together. In the passages today, I will wait for a part that you are struggling with. So if you flag a part and tell me, I could not understand it, I'll explain it. Otherwise, we'll move over to the question. So go ahead, your time to read now. Okay, so I hope you've read it by now. Here is your question number 1. Oops, what's happening here? Hang on. Okay, here's question number 1. So please share your answer. Okay. So Tanay, Om, Ashwini, fabulous guys. Okay, so here is your question number 2. Okay, Vishnu and Hardeep have also pitched in. So here is question number 2. What's your take on this? And don't forget to write 2 before your answer so that I know which question you are responding to. Tanay, nice. I love it when you share a more elaborate, more detailed answer. Okay, Hardeep, Om. All right, so let's go ahead and check. Is there any part of the passage that you could not understand thoroughly? If yes, then please share it and I can go ahead and talk about it. So for the last 2-3 generations, more and more people are living just as workers and not as human beings. In today's society, excessive amount of labor is the rule. With the result that man's spiritual element cannot thrive, he finds it very difficult to spend his little leisure in serious activities. He does not want to think, or he cannot even if he wants to. He seeks not self-improvement but entertainment, which would enable him to be mentally idle and forget his usual activities. This was a part which was important for the second question, right? So let's check. Question number 1. Everybody got B, and that's indeed the right answer. But in question number 2, the options that I got were B and C. So let us go ahead and check it from the passage. Which one should be the right one? So why is man not looking into self-improvement? What is the reason? He's not looking for self-improvement. He's just looking for entertainment where he can be mentally idle. Why? Because he's mentally taxed, because he's overburdened. And which option tells you that he's overburdened? So the one that comes closest. Is a man intellectually not capable? No. Loves amusement and is mentally idle? No, he wants to be mentally idle and is not mentally idle. And that's why B and C. So self-improvement because he has no time to do so or is distracted by materialism. See, he wants materialism. He opts for materialism. And not exactly, I shouldn't even say materialism. He opts for those forms of entertainment that can make his mind idle. And so he engages in things where he won't have to get involved. See, the truth is, even in entertainment, there can be active forms of entertainment, there can be passive form of entertainment. See, reading a book is active because it requires you to put in the effort. You'd have to read, you'd have to interpret, you'd have to turn the page. Watching TV, on the other hand, that's passive. You just need to press a button and then you can vegetate in front of TV, है ना? आराम से TV के सामने पड़े रहो, बाकी सारा काम TV कर लेगा. So why do you want that? Because you have no energy to engage in active forms of entertainment. And see, entertainment, whether it is active, whether it is passive, at the end of the day is going to be materialism because you are seeking pleasure for yourself. Okay, and therefore we can rule out C and opt for B, which comes the closest to our answer. Why do you say, sir, any previous passage repeats in the exam? Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. See, every year they need to create just one paper with a few passages. So they don't dig into their previous repertoire for that. No. Very unlikely. They may pick up a passage from some other exam, yes. But their own exam, no. Okay, so with that, let's dive into our next passage. This is going to be a proper largish passage, the kinds that you would expect to receive in the exam. So here's a passage which is spread over 3 slides. So I'm telling you 3 slides so that you know how far you need to go. Okay, so here is the first slide. Oh, the clicker is not working. Okay, so here is the first slide. Go ahead, read it and let me know once you're done. 10 seconds and I'll switch over to the next slide. Okay, so next. Ten seconds and we switch. The last paragraph. Okay, I hope you've read it. All right, so let's move over to the questions. Here is the first one for you. I think I need to grab a pen to write down your responses. Give me a sec. Okay, so I've managed to grab a pen so that I can write down your answers. Otherwise, how would I know what you responded? Should have grabbed a piece of paper too, but okay, I found it. Enough for me for this session. And here is the next question for you. All right. So I see the answers. So we have A and B. Om has also changed his answer to B, okay. So that's about a minute for the question. Here is the next one. Question number 5. All right. Arey, Om, you are you changing the answer so frequently, you are confusing me. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely getting confused. Okay. But that's okay. That's okay. It's better to at least change your mind than to not change your mind if you think something is amiss. Okay, next question. Tanay, I know that does happen at times, yeah. That is why we normally say that if you are unsure, always base your answers on answers on a process of elimination instead of the process of selection. So reject wrong options and then arrive at the right ones. So that will give you the necessary confidence. Okay, so I think enough time allotted. I've given you a little more than 75 seconds by now. And here is the last question based on the passage. Okay. Checked, jotted that down. All right, so let's dive in. Anything in the first paragraph that you want me to talk about? Ageism is unfair treatment of people because of age, usually unfair treatment meted out to the elderly. So anything here that you want to talk about? Okay, next. Anything in this slide that you want to talk about? Or the third one, I mean, normally when we discuss, we do discuss the passages also in great detail, but let's just try to use our time efficiently today. Focus only on your concerns. Okay, so starting with 7th. Why does the author consider the word youthful looks offensive instead of complimentary? I think the answer has to be there in the first paragraph here. Because I cannot think of youthful looks as praise. I found the words offensive. Where is the reason? Wasn't every division of age, old, middle, the many varieties that come as prefix and critique, beautiful? So the passage says this. So you are looking for an answer choice. So when it comes to RC, think of it as math, right? What do I mean by that? Every answer choice has to come from some part of the passage, some lines of the passage. So think of these lines. Now you are looking for an answer choice that equals these. So your option, the one which is right, is going to be the one that equals these lines. Okay? So the author found it offensive. Why? Because every division of age is beautiful, whether you are young, whether you are old, every stage of age is beautiful. So to call somebody younger than that person's age and to mean it as a compliment is wrong, because whether you are young, whether you are old, every age is beautiful according to the author. And that's why she finds it offensive and discriminatory. Now, which option comes closest to it? A can be ruled out. Now, you chose C. She felt insulted to be considered younger. Was she insulted that she is considered younger? Does the author think that being young is an insult, or does the author feel that every age is beautiful? So her reason isn't every age beautiful? And that, if you think of it as math, you'd realize B comes close to being equal to those lines. Wasn't every age beautiful? So to say one age is more beautiful than the other is offensive. And that is why B should be picked over C. She was not insulted by being called younger. She did not like it because that so-called compliment implies that being older is bad. Okay? So, B over C. So I hope that this way of thinking will help you. Mathematical thinking, you've just worked with Raj sir, right? So think of it in terms of equal to, and hopefully that will help. Okay, fourth, the answer that you guys shared with me for question 4 is B, which is indeed the right answer choice. So good going. Okay, then fifth, which of the following statements are true according to the passage? Actually, should have been which of the following statement is true according to the passage. Your answer was A, which is absolutely correct. While designing this question, I thought that some of us may fall for this trap of A versus D. But then the passage does not support obsessed. This is the part which is wrong in D. This is the part where the tone mismatch happened and thus can be eliminated. Okay, then sixth. The options that you guys gave me for sixth are A and C. You guys ruled out B and D, which is absolutely right. The answer has to be A or C. Which of the following can be inferred about tree time? Okay, let's start with A. It reflects the age and dignity of the tree. I'll just read out some part of the passage for you. What exactly was tree time then? I wandered aimlessly through philosophical discussions on time until it came to me one night in my salty sleep. Salty sleep is when your sleep was not very sound, when you were troubled in your sleep. Okay? Carpe diem, seize the moment, living in the present. That was tree time. Living in the moment is tree time. So, the age and dignity irrelevant on the base of the passage, can't say, but focusing on the present, carpe diem, this comes closest to that, right? Therefore, C is the one which is true, and that is why C is the one that should be our answer. And for question number 7, you guys chose B, which is absolutely correct. Now, in any of these questions, if there is a particular answer choice that bothered you, do let me know and I can dig deeper into that. Otherwise, wherever I saw a consensus, that's why I was jotting down your options so that I don't miss out on them. So, even if you're not sure of a particular answer, please make sure that you drop it in the chat so that I can look it up. So, if you're confused between two options, write both of them. You are not able to determine any answer choice at all. Write all four. You're not able to understand the question. Mention that. Okay. So that's about our passage. And for the next set of questions, 5 questions, I am going to focus on critical reasoning. Some of these questions are going to be quite challenging, but I hope you'd be up to the task. So taking you to question number 8. Here is the paragraph. And you have your options here. So go ahead, share your answers, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. So I have 2 answers, 3 answers actually. So Dishita, Tanay, Om, absolutely right. Okay. So is anyone else attempting it? Hardeep, B? Okay, so B says compare past performances, but then read the next part. Compare past performances in terms of number of predictions which have come true. Now, let me take you through past predictions and talk about the numbers. So, there is an astrologer, let's call him obviously A, and there is an economist, right? There is an astrologer who made 1,000 predictions in the past, out of which 100 predictions turned out to be correct. So 100 out of 1,000. Fair enough. And there is an economist who made 100 predictions in the past, out of which 90 turned out to be correct. So now tell me, who is can we look at it and decide who's better? Because if you look at the absolute numbers, you'd say astrologers are better because 100 of their predictions are right, whereas for economists just 90 of their predictions are right. But is the base the same? Astrologers are correct only 10% of the times, whereas economists are correct only 90% of the times. So can you look at just the number of predictions? Can we look at just the number of predictions to decide it? No. Instead of the number of predictions, absolute number of predictions, you need to look at, in order to compare, the base has to be the same, and therefore it is better to look at the percentage of predictions that are true and not the absolute numbers. And that is why E is going to be better than B. So the problem with B and D, both of these options, is that they're looking at the absolute number of predictions which are true and not a number where the base is kept the same. So that's why B and D can be ruled out, and thus E should be chosen over these two. So you notice absolute numbers may not tell you who is more accurate. It's actually a very obvious trap now that you look at it. Unless the base is the same, the absolute numbers won't really matter much. So if there is a city where 20 murders happen every month, there is a city where 30 murders happen every month, which city is safer? Well, that depends on the total number of population of the two cities, no? Unless you know that, can you decide it? So the city where 20 murders happen every week has a population of 1 lakh. And the city where 30 murders happen every month, let's say both the places, 10 lakh people live. So obviously 10 lakh one is safer, although the absolute number of murders is higher. So unless that base is the same, the comparison won't really matter. Okay, here is the next one. Question number 9. As I said, I have deliberately given you tricky questions. Aasan to tum kar hi lete. So the idea is to challenge you today. Okay, so is it D? Is it A? Any other option? Whichever option you're considering, please make sure that you drop it in the chat. So let's start comparing. So the first answer that I got was D. D says more teens drink when they are not exposed to alcohol advertising as opposed to when they are. Now the passage says that it is at least as prevalent. So it means that the number is equal, could be more. D says it is definitely more. That's can't say. Cannot be determined on the basis of the data provided. Do more teens drink? The number can also be equal. And therefore, if you apply a label to D, the label that you'd apply will be can't say. It's an inference question, remember? When it comes to inferences, when it comes to conclusions, we label every option as true, false, can't say. A on the other hand is true. The advertising of alcohol cannot be the single factor that explains the prevalence. It cannot be the single factor because even in those countries where the advertising does not happen, people drink. So advertising is not the only factor. There is something else at work as well that makes people drink. So A is true. So between A and D, and then we also have C. C says banning alcohol advertising does not cause a decrease in the consumption of alcohol. Now look at it very carefully and I'll tell you why C is incorrect. The data that is provided to you is about alcohol that is consumed by teenagers. Does the option C restrict itself to the consumption of alcohol by teenagers, or is it talking about the consumption of alcohol by everybody including teenagers? This is making, or this C is telling us about the entire consumption. Won't that be a generalization? You know about consumption of alcohol by teenagers. From there, can you make a comment about the entire consumption? So it has to be can't say, right? And that is why they can be ruled out. And once again, I'm telling you that I've not brought easy questions for you here. I wanted you to think to the hilt. At the end of the day, right now, I want your brain to be as sharp as possible before you go ahead and appear for the exam. So if you look at A, C or D, C's can't say, D's can't say, A is true. That is why A is going to be our answer. Okay, next question. Okay, so D versus E, A as well. Okay, A, D, E. Now, just look at this. What is the data? Here is the conclusion. Vitamin A protects against anemia in children, right? And if you look at it, the data is there are these children who are anemic and there are children who are not anemic. What did we see? Children who were anemic happen to have low concentration of vitamin A, whereas those who were not anemic did not have low concentration of vitamin A in their blood. So what do we see here? We see here a correlation, two things occurring together. So from two things occurring together, the author has concluded that vitamin A protects against anemia in children. He is saying that vitamin A is the cause and the other one is the effect. How do you arrive at it? You arrive at it by ignoring the other possibility, that anemia does not lead to low concentration of vitamin A in the blood. And that is given to you in option E. So any question where on the basis of correlation, the author has arrived at causation, try to eliminate the other, the opposite of that possibility. In 90% of these questions, that is going to be the assumption, which is given in E. I can understand why D confused you, but look at D. D is just another way of stating what is given in the paragraph. It is just a restatement. It just uses a different set of words to convey the exact same idea. As in, it just rephrases the conclusion, and therefore it cannot be an assumption. Let's look at A. A talks about very high concentration versus an average concentration, whereas this is about low versus high, and therefore it will go out of scope for this particular passage. Okay, Dishita says I did not understand. Okay, let's just check it. Let's just check it. Okay, so if two things happen together, what does it mean? Let us say that you attended our workshop or relay, and then you got great results. So these two things happened. Now, does that mean that attending the workshop is necessarily the cause? There are four possible scenarios. The first one is, of course, that you attended and that is why you got great results. But then the other one could be that people who tend to get great results are the ones who attend our workshop. That's also a possibility, right? Yet another possibility is that is just a coincidence. Coincidence. People who attended and people who got great results, those two things were not related. Just a coincidence. So, from this data, when you say this is the one which is true, you are basically ignoring the other options, particularly the opposites. Let's say if I say, yeah, people who have high blood pressure were people who were found to be depressed. So on the basis of that, you are saying that, keeping your blood pressure in check means that you would be able to avoid depression. No, not depression. Let's put it as anxiety because they are more suitable. People who had high blood pressure were the people who also suffered from anxiety. So managing blood pressure will reduce your anxiety. But you noticed high blood pressure, anxiety occurred together. We've assumed that high BP is the cause for anxiety. What if it's the other way around? What if it is the anxiety which is the cause for high blood pressure? In that case, our conclusion will be wrong, right? So whenever somebody arrives at the conclusion that high BP is the cause for anxiety, that person is assuming that anxiety is not leading to high BP, it is the other way around. That is why it is the other way around. Okay, so once again, another challenging question, but E is going to be the correct answer. But in assumption based questions, you can always solve them by negation, but this is as tough as it gets. I guarantee that the exam will not give you something which is tougher than this. Okay, here is the next question. So read this and share your answer. Is it D? Is it C? Are the options vague? So look at it. I think if you have eliminated A, then look at the remaining four. You notice all of these are conclusions. So after eliminating A, you realize that it is nothing but an identify the inference question. That's it, right? So you simply need to figure out the one which can be termed true on the basis of this information. So when you say C versus D, let's check. You say therefore there are now more light elements in the universe than heavy ones. So what is happening? At the beginning, universe had heavy elements. With the passage of time, these heavy elements got broken down into light elements. And there is some ratio of these. So there at some point of time, you can be sure that light elements will be more than the heavy elements in the universe. The number of light elements will be more than the number of heavy elements. But has that time arrived now? Can you be sure that there are now more light elements in the universe than heavy ones? The number of light elements is increasing. Has that become higher than the number of heavy elements as on date? You won't have data to support that. So D is can't say, but if you look at C, it is possible to use a shifting ratio of light to heavy atoms to calculate the age of the universe. Yes. You know the time that it takes for a heavy element to get divided into light elements. So yeah, you can look at that shift in that ratio to determine when the process started. So it is C and not D. अच्छा, अगर ज्यादा अर्थ एक काम करते हैं, फिर 12th क्वेश्चन स्किप कर देते हैं. सबसे गंदा सवाल वैसे यही है, करना है, मन है, चलो कर ही लो यार, क्या छोड़ना. पेपर में ऐसा सवाल आए तो छोड़ देने का. इधर तो अपन साथ में है, सो गो अहेड, आंसर इट. Ta-da! So, what's your take? Skip. A. Okay. So, let's see. What do we want to do? We want to weaken the above justification of the claim. So, what is the claim? This is the claim. And this is the justification. So, does A weaken? There are millions of planets orbiting stars around which astronomers have not attempted to detect planets. Now, look at the claim carefully and I'll tell you why. We are talking about Earth-like worlds form a very low percentage of the planets orbiting stars in the galaxy other than the Sun. In the galaxy. The galaxy in this context will be the galaxy that the Sun is a part of, that is our galaxy. Now, A is talking about there are millions of planets orbiting stars around which astronomers have not attempted to detect planets. Now, if these stars are in our galaxy and they did not look at them, then yes, it weakens. On the other hand, if these stars are not in our galaxy, then it does not weaken. So, it can weaken if we use this assumption. Now, compare it to option D. The smaller a planet is relative to the star it orbits, the more difficult it is for astronomers to detect. If this is true, it means that they will not even be able to observe smaller planets. They don't have the capability. So that definitely weakens. So A can weaken, D definitely weakens. Therefore, between A and D, the correct answer, the better answer should be option D. Got it? But this is as difficult as it can get, where you notice this is the word that helped us unlock the answer. But I brought in 5 of the toughest questions for you in order to, as I said, use a paragraph, jog your memory, jog your cells as much as you can, so that when you go and write the exam, you find that a walk in the park. So let me take you through the kind of LR that does get asked in the exam. We don't get a paragraph, we get a passage. Let's go ahead and work on it. So here is a passage where the information is spread over 4 slides. Here is the first one. So let me know once you've read it. So changing in 5 seconds. Okay, last 10 seconds for this slide. Okay, last 5 seconds. And here is the last slide, after which there are going to be questions. All right, I hope you're done reading it. 5 seconds and I'll switch you over to the questions. So I hope you do remember that when you read a passage, you're supposed to read it for overview and not for details. The moment you make that mental switch, going through a passage becomes a lot faster. Here is question number 13. What's your answer? Okay, Om. Noted. Tanu, this is the last one. This is the last passage that we'd work on today, and then we'll call it a day until we meet once again tomorrow. And tomorrow I'll just carry some PYQs. Just sit down, solve them, and if you have any concern, we'll go ahead and take care of those. All right. Okay, Om has changed his answer. Okay. So 10 seconds and I'll take you to the next one. $14. Okay. Om, you realize easy and difficult are so subjective. All right, so here is the next one. Go ahead, answer this. You can always use the seeker to go back to the passage. This is, let's see whether Om calls it easy or not so easy. Waiting for your assessment, Om. Huh. It is. It is perhaps the most challenging question that I've put in this particular passage. Okay, so I have one answer, two answers actually. Okay, enough time. I think we have given it almost 110 seconds. Om, which option appeared close to you? I'll jot it down and then we can talk about that as well. Which option appeared close? All of them. So, okay, chalo, we'll go ahead and discuss this question in greater detail. Here is your 16th question. Now, mind you that this question has except. So, do deal with it carefully. Okay, so what are we sharing? Is it C? Is it D? All right, the next question. All right. So we are leaning towards D here. Okay, let's go ahead and have a look at the last question based on the passage. A strengthen something question. Let's see. Let's see what you choose. Okay, so we have our answers streaming in. Okay. Let's see. What is it that you're going to choose? B. Last 10 seconds, guys, and then we will start our discussion. So starting with starting with the passage, I think the passage was relatively easy to read, not very challenging, maybe a couple of words here and there in the first paragraph, but otherwise, on the whole, I'd say not a very challenging passage to read, maybe a little on the lengthy side, but then it also had a higher number of questions that kind of made up for it in terms of that ratio. So for 13th, the answer that you guys shared was A, which also happens to be the right answer. So absolutely correct on 13th. Then let's look at 14th. The option that I got from you was C, which is absolutely correct. So C it is. It is in 15th that, okay, 15th, the answer that you guys shared was B. And once again, some of us were confused, were thinking, but then this is something that we call an analogous argument question. So what exactly is happening here in this particular statement? There is an entity that is doing something harmful because there are no safeguards in place, and that action that the entity is involved in is harmful for everyone. Now, if you look at A, the action is harmful for only this person and not for others. So A deviates from it. Then if you look at C, the person is not even engaging in something that is harmful, so you can rule it out. Now B versus D was definitely close, but you notice in D, when you say a paper mill ignoring government statutes, it tells you that there is an authority which has already finalized the rules. But when it comes to the space, is there an authority that has finalized the rules? No, and that's where D gets eliminated and B gets chosen. So B versus D, I understand. A and C, okay, maybe even A for some of us. C is easy to rule out. A, if you look at that, everyone versus one person getting harmed himself, would probably be easy. B versus D, this is the part that helps us eliminate it. So your answer was B, which absolutely turned out to be the correct answer. In 16th, I got C and D from you. So from the passage, it can be inferred that each of the following statements is a concern except. So basically, one of these statements is not a concern according to the passage. So which one of these statements is not a concern? You notice obligations to the space environment is mentioned in the passage. So you just need to look at the third paragraph. A, B and D are all mentioned in the third paragraph. C, safety of safe passengers has not been mentioned anywhere, and that is why C should be preferred over D. So third paragraph, there is this question there: what obligations do we have to the space environment? In the third paragraph you'd find it written. Okay, so I think this is a relatively easy question, where I believe that if we could go back to the right paragraph, we could very easily figure out C. The challenge here could be that we at times fail to deal with except. So whenever you see except, remove except and insert the not, no or not in the question, and that will help you stay on the track. Okay. Then moving over to question number 17, your answer was D, which also happened to be the right answer. So yay for that as well. And finally taking you over to question number 18, where once again you guys got it right. B indeed it is. So that's what I had planned for you today. Before I sign out, here is a thought that I want to leave you with. And now tell me, do you have questions? Is there a particular area that you want me to focus more on tomorrow? Are there some concepts that you want me to revise or take you through once again? Whatever it is, drop it down in the chat. We still have a day with us. We'll go ahead and plan your session accordingly. I'll ensure that I take care of your specific concerns as well tomorrow. So, how's it going? Questions, issues, concerns? Otherwise, we'll pick some PYQs tomorrow. A couple of them from RCs, a couple of them from logical reasoning, and see how that works. So, Om, what is it that you want to talk about in CR? You want to talk about the basic approach? Do you also want me to highlight a specific question type? So, I can take you through an overview, absolutely, yes, that works. Anything else? All right then. So that's where we stop today. I had a great time with you guys this evening. I'll see you once again to eliminating between two options. Om, once again, can you tell me the question types where you struggle so that I can go ahead and talk about those? So give me the question type, because the strategy changes, the strategy varies from question type to question type. So don't forget to drop in those question types in the chat, and I definitely talk about it. Okay, in case I forget, in case something pops up in your mind later, don't worry, just carry it with you to my session tomorrow. I'll go ahead and take care of it then and there. I mean, I may not have some illustrative examples, but we can definitely talk about and see how it can be dealt with. Okay, oh, like that planet passage, that's weakening, that was difficult, yeah. That was a very challenging question. I mean, A versus D was crazy. I know, but otherwise, so that probably has to do more with the difficulty level of the question than with the options per se. But yeah, okay, chalo, I'll just put you through a couple of weakening questions, strengthening weakening questions, and then let's see how we deal with it. I'll just try to keep it closer to the level of the exam. Let's see if I find some relevant PYQs too. Okay, so that's it for today. I look forward to meeting you once again tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, stay focused, stay in touch. Do drop us a line if you need us. Take care. See you.